Hello. Ah. Yes, choo-choo, Starfighter, and I am feeling better today. I think it has just been my allergies. It's that time of year. Oh, what a mess today. I also don't know where I put my water down. That's delightful. At least I have my tea. I was... Hopefully... I'm looking at the OBS window, and I think Factorio is still working okay with my standard capture setup. I was messing with OBS before the stream, trying to get the one that I was using for blueprints and KSP yesterday to work, and I was struggling. So hopefully this one works fine. I'm in this weird place where I have to use different capture types. Cat is currently sleeping on you, which forbids you from getting a drink. Yep, that's how it works. Yeah, my OBS setup is still a mess, so I will have to play with it this weekend when it's not going to make me 15 minutes late for another stream. Okay. So last time, we got a couple of things built, but nothing really hooked up. We have up here, which is eventually going to be a solder factory. And down here, which is a fiber factory to fuel, well, whatever needs raw fuel. Yeah, rail production is still a massive bottleneck. And instead of fixing that, I have decided to just keep building outposts, and eventually there will be enough rails to finish hooking up the backbone. That's now the working plan and the working theory, is to just do other stuff and let the rails accumulate instead of trying to get the rails built any quicker. Once we do get the rails built more quickly, though, once we got the stuff for this solder especially, the rails will go much, much faster. And this solder is positioned so that it can be loaded on to a station or sent by belt up to the current factory if needed. So I think, yeah, I've got a request for like everything I need for the fiber build down there. This should be way more than 200 of these. I want to keep like 1,500 belts on me at all times. Oh, that's rails. Whoops. Maybe like 500 rails on me and like 1,500 belts. That should help with some of... Well, it certainly won't help with the Logibots being constantly too slow, but... something that I probably want to set up is tree modules, because we don't have those in a place where the bots can get them or where I can grab them when I'm building more wood in outposts like this. I also just realized that this is incredibly stupid. This needs to come through here. This needs to be one further back. And be the top up here. Oh, less than, sure, 80. Okay. That should let this do its thing. Let's get some trees set up. They don't have to be well ratioed. They don't have to be good anything. They just have to be trees. What do I need for a couple more nurseries? Do I have nurseries? Did I put them up here? I did. They're still waiting for... Oh, I might not have glass available on the system. Let's check that. Glass is happening up here, and that is not a logi chest. Okay. Bop. One of my construction bots should be able to handle that. And then they'll have glass available for the mall. Yeah. Stone brick also might not be, strictly speaking, available. There should be a bunch of it that's just, like, ended up in the dump chests and in storage, but I don't think it is. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, here we go. There's some. Oh, no, that's not brick. Yeah, I probably need to get stone brick into the system. Let's get stone brick into the system, and then I will start working on a little tree factory, so I have tree modules available everywhere. And stone brick can happen, actually, this way, right? It can be closer to sort of that part of the mall. No sense making the Logibots fly across the base. Here? Interesting. Do I not ever send brick up to any construction up here? That's weird. Alright. Well, not gonna complain. We're just gonna do, like, this kind of thing into one of these. Keep that small enough that I can control-click it when I want to fill stuff in my inventory, although the bots should... There we go, yeah, keep me satisfied on my brick requirements. And then, what else is in my requests that can't be satisfied? Mark II assemblers. Do I have those going up here yet? Oh man, I need to drop some lights in here. Let's see if we can find a good pattern for, like, I could just do this, couldn't I? And I don't have many construction bots, but this will keep them busy for a little while. Because lamps should be in the network, right? My lamp factory is like here. Lamps go down. Do I? Oh, maybe I don't have them in the network. Oh, nope, there are lamps in the network, because it says... Yeah. I'm missing... Oh, yep, right in front of me. There they are. Cool. They're missing construction robots. They're not missing... materials. And then, did they get this chest up here upgraded already? They did. There we go. They're slow, but they'll get things done. Anyway, I was looking to see if I had Assembler Mark IIs up here, and I don't think I do. I see a bunch of other stuff, but not Assembler Mark IIs. How far out are NVGs? I don't... What does that acronym expand to? I'm sure if I search for NVG, I get nothing. Oh, night vision goggles. I think I have some from the Quick Start pack. I just don't like them. I have Afraid of the Dark on, which helps a little bit, but not when I'm, like, far away from the character. I guess they changed them, right? They're not as obnoxious as they used to be. Post 2.0. But I'm to the place where I can afford They're less green. Yeah, that's what I meant. But I'm also to the place where I can afford to be dropping lamps everywhere, so I may as well. At any rate, let's get a, what do you need? Am I really not building these? I thought I set up a thing for them. Where am I building the basic ones? Oh, maybe not. Basic ones are there. I never did. That's fine. I'm going to be using Mark IIs rarely enough that I think I can just put them on here. Some of the things that we need a lot of on here, like steel, might be worth getting a, you know, a belt, or really eventually a train up to here, so we could have a couple of red chests of steel, just so the bots don't have to carry stuff quite as far. But, I mean, this is all low volume, so also do I care? No small parts on the network, they say. Why is that? Actually, speaking of things that could be upgraded... So 8 a second here, 8 a second here. So we're pulling in 8 of those a second, which means I need 8 of these a second, which is one of these. And I need a third of 8, call it 3 a second here, so that is an upgraded one. Ooh. Wow. We've done it. We've reached the point where a half a belt of iron is just not enough. So this iron belt comes all the way down here. Gets split off, comes all the way up here, and does a bunch of stuff. Okay. I think all the way to here. Let's take off everything that isn't an iron plate from this belt. And then do that. And like that. And then I can fuel things separately. Anyway, this is the general plan here. No, I just have to kind of finish going all the way across. Make sure that everything has a fuel inserter. Okay. And then here, we're probably far enough down that... God. Well, okay, the small parts factory will eat a lot of iron plates when given the opportunity. Is a thing that I am learning now. I'm also wondering if it's time to upgrade this to hot air. Because there is a version of this that will use hot air and make a few more plates a second. Oh. But let's finish fixing the belt down here before I forget. Otherwise, I'm gonna be sad. So this needs fuel. This needs fuel. Actually, this one doesn't need fuel because it's getting fuel from its belt up there. Oh, and so is this. Okay. That's fine then. And then this will do like this dealy. And then kind of keep pushing on through as it was for the rest of this, because this is all pretty low volume on plates. I'm not sure how many bolts we need here, but we are... Oh, apparently we're bolt limited now. That's wild. Yeah, because this isn't getting plates. Let's see. Down here is the... Yes, he's still loading. He's still loading slowly but surely. But most of the solder should be going for... Most of the solder should be going to circuits right now. What aren't we getting? Uh-oh. Where's the poop factory? What broke in the poop factory? No coal. Yeah, no coal. Oh, I haven't upgraded this yet, which means it's probably totally backed up. Yes, it is. Okay. The troubleshooting continues. I do need to fix that, because I'll be sad if I run out of circuits after all the work I did to get circuits everywhere. Let's first, though, let's switch iron production over to use hot air. I think that is going to be an improvement. And that'll get us, like, a whole belt of iron out of this. Well, not quite a whole belt of iron. Oh yeah, more than a belt of iron. What does the current recipe give? Oh, exactly a belt. Oh, but we're limited by the amount of iron in, aren't we? Because we have 5, 10, 15, 20 molten iron, and yeah, this is 25. So, but hot air still improves yields, right? Yes. So we're 4/5 of 18.7, whatever that is. I certainly can't be bothered to do that math. Alright, so one side of this gets dumped. The other side will get, I don't know, a bunch of these guys. And then I just need to bring in the hot air. Actually, if I do it like this, I can do them here. And the hot airs, it doesn't matter. Oh, that's interesting. Apparently you can't undo flipping a building. Alright. Let's get the hot air routed over here. Because we've got hot air right here. Alright, this is a decent place to put a pump. And then, how do I actually want to connect this through? Do I want to go down or up and over? I think up and over. Right, like that. This blows. The hot air? Yeah. I'm not sure if I trust that 3 of those is actually getting me half a belt. But anyway. That is looking good. Whatever 0.8 times 18.7 is. Yeah, just under 15 a second. Apparently not quite 15. But darn close, that's for sure. I remain unconvinced that this is... Oh, because this is going to be running at 18.7 for a while, because there's a little bit of iron in the pipe. Yeah. And once it catches up on the iron, it'll fall back. Speaking of which, though, this is going to be a problem for my iron production. Okay. This should keep everything moving at full speed for a little while longer. And then, yeah, this is a priority input here. And a priority output? What does that go to? Oh, to science. Okay. And then I split off of that down here, and I suspect this should not be a priority output, wherever it goes. Concrete. Yeah, that's some weirdness. I think we're fine, though. I think our iron consumption is plenty. It's just a matter of... Yeah, I mean, this is what's coming in from processing just melting down iron oxide from coal and stuff. But we're pushing a full belt into here now. Oh. So this should be 2/3 of 4. Yeah, a little under 3. Okay, so yeah, apparently 2. Yeah, now we're plate insertion limited here. This one's fine because it doubles, but this one's tougher because it halves. I think what I can do, though, is feed, like... that. So that it's getting fuel from here. Yeah. All right. That is, all right, what don't I have on the network still? Don't have nurseries, don't have ball mills, don't have moondrop greenhouses. What's going on with that? Moondrop greenhouses just haven't been made yet. There's no iron. Nurseries haven't been made yet. There's not enough iron. Ball mills just haven't been made yet. There's not enough iron. Okay, it's iron. And the bots are bringing iron plates up here. There's just a lot of bots, and they're carrying a lot of stuff from down here, which is a little silly. But yeah, they are coming by. They're doing it. It's just taking time. Okay. I think this is... I mean, I'm not going to say fixed. Obviously, we're using a ton of iron here. Yeah, here we go. Now it's coming out. Occasionally. Well, it's also this one, right? Where we're building these guys. This really shouldn't be forked off of here. This should be forked further down. I don't know if I want to mess with it much more, though. I think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, these should all be almost caught up. And then they'll be letting the iron go through again. Yeah, this is getting there. It was just way, way, way behind on small parts and some other things, so it's taken a minute to catch up. All right, I'm going to call that fine-ish. Up here, yeah, I mean, this will run every time it gets some iron through it. That's okay. This one actually doesn't need iron, does it? It just needs the... Yeah, I'm not going to mess with it anymore. Okay. What did I see that I needed to fix next? Oh, coal. Right. So down here we have... apparently 4 of these. I don't know how I came up with that number of 4 raw coal a second, but it's what we got. Let's just hop into YAFC real quick. It'll be... Why am I sharing my Steam? How did I achieve that? Oh, I don't even have YAFC open. Oh my god, that's why it picked the Steam window. It just picked a window at random because it couldn't find the right one. All my naughty gaming habits? Yeah. I don't think there's anything surprising in there. Anyway, let's, coal. So I said I was apparently doing 4 raw a second, because that's what I've got crushers for. Because, yeah, that's crushed coal. Yeah, 4 of those, and then we want to do coarse coal and coal. So I need 2 automated screeners and 1 more secondary crusher. And that will turn all of this input into coal. Yeah, pretty much that's it. So let's, automated screeners, let me see. 1, let me put them on. Every time I think of a building, I should be putting it up here. So I have it available to me. I'll put it near the ball mill. Automated screeners. And secondary crushers. But I'm just going to make the ones that I need right now myself. 2 automated screeners and 1 secondary crusher. Need some steam engines and some small parts as well. Okay. I don't know. I think the most embarrassing thing on my Steam page is that I still play Recataire. All right, let's get this coal done. Okay, so this comes up, and then I've just been feeding it into these 2 things. But what needs to happen is, well, we get rid of this. We're no longer feeding into these. Well, that's not true, actually. We do still want to be feeding into them. I had this right before. I just realized that I was way ahead of myself. Crushed coal goes this way. And then off of this side is going to be the coal dust. The other thing we will need is outputs from both of these. Oh, whitelisted to crushed coal. with input priority on this side so that we're processing the new stuff before the old stuff. And then this comes up here and needs to go through those two automated screeners. 1, 2. For coarse coal, they can each take in 1 a second. Okay, that's easy. Really? This is the first time I've done that? Okay. And then we get 2 point some odd output, whatever. Let's just do 3. Let's see. Output. First output is gonna be coal. And then this comes over here. And joins in the fun. And then the next one here needs to be the coarse coal. Which goes through a secondary crusher. Again, just 1 a second in, that's not bad. And 1.3 a second out. I don't know, we'll call that 2 of these. And then, oh, right. Does this produce any... Okay, this does not produce any sort of a coal dust byproduct. So the coal dust just needs to come along here, down here. Okay. This should work now. Once this buffered part drains, we will be starting to pull the coarse coal, or the crushed coal rather, from here. But this should be actually way more coal than we need, so I'm not too concerned about it now. Because this was sized so that it could work without all of this crushing. The crushing is just to, you know, keep it from backing up. So yeah, this will start re-crushing. And then once it does that, and I guess I really only need like 2 outserters here, huh? All right. So yeah, and now it'll be draining this, and as soon as space opens up in these for the coal dust, it'll start loading up coal dust. So this will still eventually back up on coal dust. But it should be okay in the interim. Okay, I wanted to get trees onto the Logi network, and I still do. All right, apparently I did not get many of the buildings needed here actually built. That's okay. I do know that I have a bunch of rails in my inventory, so let's just get some of this rail building done while I'm thinking about it. All right, come on, bots. Catch up. Charge. You can do it. I have faith. All right, I think that's everything at this end done. I don't think I'll have quite enough rails to get the whole thing built, but dangerously close. But it would definitely be nice to have, such a pain to deal with by hand. Yeah, we're still going to be a few hundred short. All right, yep, that's it. Out of rails again. I only need another, like, I don't know. How long did we just do with, like, 900 rails? 700 more, maybe? Don't know why I have all this automation science in my inventory. Let's drop it off. Yeah, this ran for a little while. And it made room for coal. Yeah, and it's going to keep kind of pulsing like that, where it'll back up here until it opens a stack, and then all this will drain, and then it'll keep pulling from here until it opens a stack, etc., etc. But it should do that pretty slowly. So I'm not overly concerned about it filling up. All right. And then down here, I think our automation, or not our automation, our Pi Science 1 is still going to be limited by, yeah, by being able to make cellulose. And actually, it's going to be especially limited because if we only make one cellulose at a time, yeah, that's, yeah. The concern is that if we don't build enough cellulose quickly enough that we're gonna have it decay before it gets used, and then just these boxes of goo fill up. It doesn't look like we're hitting that here, though. Let's find a place. Are we building these yet? Planter boxes? Did I put planter boxes on the network? I feel like I did. I feel like I found a spot here and did it. Maybe not. Maybe I forked them off and then never did. Because this goes nowhere. If it was for something, I don't remember what it was for. Because none of this uses planter boxes. Where did this used to go? I legitimately don't know. But regardless, let's get planter boxes in the network. A few more 100 rails. Right. What do I need to build a couple of these things? Mining drills, fluid extractors, some iron. These are all things that I do have. Yeah, here we go. Now that this isn't running absolutely bonkers to refill these buffers, we're actually getting plenty of iron through here. Yeah, totally backed up. Not an issue. All right, let's do this near wood, because I do need to make tree seeds, I think. Seedlings and trees, right? Yes. And then we're gonna have here actually be small buffer chest. And then this makes seeds. You make 0.8 a second, you'll use, yeah, 0.05. That's plenty. And then connect that, enable if seeds is less than a stack. All right. So this will make seeds into here. And then I need to get moss up here too. All right, and I need to find water, which I should have up here somewhere. And then out here and out to here and out here. I don't actually need to cap this because you are enabled if trees are less than a few stacks. A couple of stacks. Okay, so this is going to fill up with seeds. This has put seeds inside. Both of these need seed outserters. And then that's not filtered at all. So if any seeds spoil... Okay. I don't know why I keep forgetting to hit Control F here, but it would really be nice if, like, search just worked implicitly in this screen. I have never been here and wanted to open another window with a shortcut. I just want to search. I mess it up all the time, but... Anywho, yeah, so this will slowly fill itself up with seeds, but if there's a buffer, it'll turn this off. Any that overflow will come in here, but there's plenty of space in here, and we should try not to waste them because we won't turn these on unless we actually need trees. There we go. I'm reasonably confident that this is mostly correct. We have moss here. Moss, and then... Oh, you need planter boxes. Okay. Let me get those out. That's, well, one, let's control this buffer, and then we'll do like that. Planter boxes. Now I just have to find water, which I have right here. And which is not in a fantastic spot to connect to. Okay, there's water. So this should now start making trees. And I will now have tree modules available whenever I need them. Apparently I do have tree Mark IIs. But I have not even looked into what bootstrapping those looks like. Ground samples, tree seed Mark IIs. Okay, so I could turn a tree Mark II into 5 tree seeds Mark II once I've started bootstrapping them, and the initial bootstrap is moss genes, trees, and some tailings. Okay. I haven't really needed to scale my wood that much bigger, but if I need to, it's good to know it's there. Okay. Let's see. A seedling spoils in an hour, and this recipe only takes so long. Oh, and this is the wrong thing. So seedlings shouldn't be spoiling in here, ever. Anyway, Twitch says it's break time. I need to find where I put my water when I started my stream, because I was kind of frazzled. So I'm going to do that, and I will be back in just a few moments. All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. What was I gonna say? I don't know. But we have tree modules in Logi Network. Done. I add requests for... Whoops. Warehouse? Yeah, it would be good to have a stack of those. And those are on the network, right? I added warehouses up here. Yes, cool. I think they were... Wait, was it warehouse? I should double check this. Yeah, warehouse. Warehouse is the right size for loading and unloading a train car. So that's the one that I want to be using at all my train stops. I think it is the one that I'm using down here. Yep. All right. So we got to finish the fiber on rails stop and then figure out molten tin and molten lead. I think both of those are going to be like processing stations, and possibly they'll produce both molten tin and lead as well as plates. And then I can just add ore outposts to the network as I need to, and scale up the capabilities of those locations. Let's go up here and help the bots out a little bit. Oh, nope, we have no warehouses. Okay. Well, build them myself. Also, apparently have a storehouse and a shed, and I don't think I care about either of those. I think it's just the deposits and the warehouses. What else is in my inventory? All sorts of crap. Always and forever crap in my inventory. What did I need for the warehouses? A little bit of steel. There we go. Improve the throughput of that weird spot. Not that it should be that much of an issue, but you never know. I've got, let's see, I need high pressure furnaces. I still just need a bunch of stuff to get built. All of this stuff is here. It's just, it takes time for the bots to get all the stuff up here to start building it. But stuff is slowly catching up, so I think I might just have to build some of this stuff by hand if I want to get that done. Oh, I'm out of logs. What else do I need? High pressure furnaces. Those should be around here somewhere. Yeah. What else do I need? Wood processing units I don't want to build. A few of these. Few of that. A couple of those. What do we need? Where's ball mill? Oh, it's in here. More steel, of course. Woo! We're out of what? Oh, there's no power. How did I achieve that? Oh, it must have been how I repositioned the... Well, that's annoying. The old load-bearing wooden power pole, yep. Like 2 of those. Four to three, 4 to 3, okay. Here we go. And this should also be able to make castings a little more quickly. Not that it should matter. Can I get this to work? There we go. I think it's fine. Okay. We should have plenty of castings now. Alright, I think I've got everything I need for down there except for the wood processing units. Those need logs, which I can grab. Actually, I have logs. Let's just take them out of my... Wood processing units. Apparently I need a few more burner drills. And some small parts. Alright, I think that's everything for the fiber plant. I guess while I'm heading down, I should grab more rails and try to get more of the rail backbone built. 900? That might actually be enough to finish this thing. That would be cool. Oh, apparently I need a couple of casting units that I haven't made. Do I have the stuff for those? I do. And a 70 KL tank I probably don't have the stuff for. No. That's okay, though. And I need to pick this up here because it will need to be built at the depot to actually enable it. One of the really nice things about this rail network is that, like, main power is going to be along these big power poles along the rails, so I should actually be able to tell, like, where when I'm potentially breaking my power, because it will not be this horrible mess that's twisted upon itself everywhere like it is in so much of my base. Like here, for example. Can it path now? Train out of fuel? How did that happen? Well, probably because I don't actually have any fuel in the depot. All right, well, let's get the depot set up with fuel, and then I can get that going. It's all chooched out. Yep. So the depot's over here, and I don't think it actually has any coal in right now. It just makes a bunch of ash. Yeah. So in theory, we should be bringing in coal from somewhere, and then ash back out. Or some other solid fuel, but, like, let's be real, it's coal. Think what I could actually do... if I so desired... make this a coal station. And apparently I didn't bring along the cybernetic combinator on this one. Put it here. And the cybersyn... Nope, I don't have any. Constant combinator. Oh, I did have a cybernetic combinator here. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is for unloading. So it's just the constant combinator that I need. Okay. Yeah. So put that there. Bop. And then we want coal. And we want a lot of it. How many stacks of coal can this hold? 12 by 10, 120, and coal stacks to 50. So that is calculator. You foresee a bootstrapping? Yeah, the bootstrapping is me fueling a train by hand. There we go. Oh, yeah, I just could have plugged in stacks there. That's fine. All right. And then if I see this, it wants minus 6,000 coal. Perfect. And then this will come right through here, and let's get rid of some of these signals that are going to be obviously wrong. Chain, no rail out. We're just going to chain through. Chain through. And then on the input, chain through there, chain... Oh, an output here. Yeah, chain through there. That's fine. I mean, really, I could just make this all one block, but I think it's probably okay to do the chain throughs. And then out, out. And then here, again, chain in, chain through, signal out, signal out. Yep. Okay. And please tell me this reaches. Perfect. All right. So this is going to be constantly requesting coal. It will eventually need to be I actually want to move this away from here. All right. So coal comes in, and then ash comes out. Grab this depot. There. And with blue inserters here, this should be able to scale up to, I don't know, a lot. Eventually, this will also need to be pushed to a provider station, but I'm not dealing with that right now. For now, I'm just storing it. And then, yeah, now I can grow this just by, like... There we go. There's another station. Done. Or at least I should be able to. Yeah. There. Maybe not quite there. Not quite that one. But yeah, I could add like 3 or 4 more of these easily when I want or need to expand the depot. So now I can put in a... I'll need to grab some coal for these guys. Let's see. Add destination. Only 6 of 13 are accessible? Did I mess up my signaling? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How are only 6 of them accessible? I don't believe that that's true. I'll double check that. But all of these should be identical. There's absolutely nothing different with any of these. Aha! There it is. Found it. Now if I add 10 of 13. Oh, yep. Again, same deal. Missing a piece. Now are all 13 accessible? Yes. Alerts, train out of fuel. Alerts, train is stuck. Let's go set up the coal supply station. And I guess I'm just going to do it like right... I mean, I can either do it here where I've got this coal, or I can do it up here where I've got this coal and set up like a full-blown... I mean, let's just do a full-blown coal processing setup, right? If we do, instead of this for a second, we do a whole flipping belt, it's going to be a lot. How much coal do we actually produce? 24 a second? That's not bad. And then a bunch of this coal dust a second, which we're going to have to deal with. Although at -4 a second, how much are we producing already? It's like 5? 6? Honestly, maybe I just... More coal, more chew. There we go. I do like a good chew. I'm just debating whether I want to set up a new setup or whether I want to take, like, this setup and run a belt down here and just set up a station. And I'm leaning towards the second one right now, and I can set up another coal station if I need it later. It's generally pretty easy to do that. Oh yeah, I should have all the buildings for this. Let them do their thing. Oh, so all I'm missing really is the moss farms to get this thing going? And I guess some wood to bootstrap the tree seeds. But, like, I can do that. No, we don't have moss, and apparently I never hooked up water to this either. Okay. Let's figure out water then. That's muddy sludge. Muddy sludge. Muddy sludge. Water. Yeah, okay. I just need to get water hooked up here. That's not a problem. All right. And then I don't have as many moss farms as would be nice, but grab some soil, and the next time I grab some aluminum, I can make some of these guys. Okay, but this will start running and should start processing on its own. Cool. Let's grab this again. Let's get it over here, where I can kind of run the belt down and in. Really matter where. Uh-huh. And then, as always, these ones need to go, because that's too short. Okay. Apparently I don't have a station. Fix that. And then this belt kind of comes right up here. And coal goes priority. I don't think it should matter if it's prioritied or not, but I always get nervous when I don't. Oh! Oh god! Oh god! I didn't realize there was still ash on some of these belts. Oh, that's okay. It'll survive. It'll just end up down here, and I'll have to remove it from this before it ends up being accidentally loaded. This is provide only. And... oh, I don't have enough blue inserters. Okay. Let's go grab the blue inserters we need. Let's grab the stuff we need to make more, also, let's do this. Let's grab a couple stacks of coal, because I'll need to refill my trains. And then let's grab... what did I say I needed for those moss farms? Aluminum and soil. Where am I? This is copper, so aluminum is up here. Soil, soil, soil. Three more iron plates. Okay. And then I needed blue inserters. What else do I need while I'm up here? Not a lot, actually. I could use more power poles if I can find those. Blue inserters. Oh, blue inserters are up here, aren't they? I make them in a special spot. Yeah. Okay. That should be what I need there, but this should, oh, the coal's not all the way down yet, but this should show up that it is a provider for... yeah, this shows there's one train in the system that's allowed. Let me double check all my stations are set correctly as, like, providers when they should be providers. And then there's one, well, there's a couple over here. This should be request, yep. This one is also request. What is this one for? Oh, this is going to be for the solid fuel that we need for... yeah. No, that's this. This is requesting solid fuel. So this is going to be solder output. So this one is a provide. Okay. And then this one should have the solid fuel request... for 3,000. I mean, I don't see why I couldn't set this bigger, right? It's, I mean, we want... 120 stacks, right? Just fill up the warehouse, may as well. I mean, other than that, trains are going to spend forever filling up buffers that don't need to be that full. So, maybe that's a good reason to keep this to, like, 10 stacks. And I should probably do the same thing down below. The only reason I need these things is because they have... again, they're the right size to empty a train into. Here, I think I said I want... yeah, 70 of each. with a request threshold of... I have it at 20. I should really set it to 25. Because that's a full train's worth, right? Same here. Request threshold of... I mean, however many stacks are in a... There we go. Request threshold. How many stacks are in a rail car, though? That's a question. And I'm not sure that it's the same as in vanilla because this is hard mode. But easy enough to find out. I just have to find some rails to put this down on. Because I want to make sure that our threshold is an entire car, right? I don't want to be dealing with anything smaller than a car. And that is 20 stacks. Okay. So for solids, the request threshold is 20 stacks. Which means our total number of stacks needs to be more than 20. So we'll do like 30 stacks. Okay. Here, I know a fluid car is 25,000. Yeah, I used to do LTN, and when I set up this save, LTN wasn't on 2.0, so I decided I would just set it up with CyberSyn. I mean, you can do a lot of it yourself, right? This is still 2.0 circuits, but I'm lazy and CyberSyn does it for me. Yeah, request threshold is a whole... So this will bring in 2, and then wait a moment before bringing in a third. They'll fill up to 70,000. Yeah, that's fine. Here, I just don't want it to fill... I don't want it to buffer this whole thing all the way full and be constantly trying to fill it, right? And then down here, this is a provider. Yep. And this one is also a provider. Yes. And then if I find this one, request, you want to request not 120 stacks. Let's do like minus 30. The request threshold is still 20 stacks. Interpret stack thresholds. Less bit masking, yeah. This actually does bit mask under the hood. It just, it just doesn't know it. It hides it well. But if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of what it's actually doing under the hood, you absolutely can do stuff with the bit masks. All right. I should have enough coal to bootstrap the coal train, and then the train that's bringing saline up to the base. All right, so this is going to go off, and it's going to try to do coal things. That should really be a signal through, shouldn't it? And then a rail out. That's why I made sure that the depot... I could set up separate fuel stations. CyberSyn supports separate fuel stations, but in theory, they'll come back to the depot when they're low on fuel. I think the issue was just that the depot wasn't fueling them. So in theory, we should see... Oh, I should probably add like a turnaround somewhere, because I think that had to go like all the way up here to do its loop. Could not find to make a delivery from Tabaxi to Calabint. This is Tabaxi. This is Calabint. Why can't you find a train? Oh, I wonder if it's just sad because, well, one, why are 3 of these not working at all? Oh, they're not built. Well, that's part of the problem. Okay. Well, it's why it's slow. It's not part of why it's complaining. I'm not sure why it's complaining. I need to try to find... Oh. There we go. What are these? Okay. Yeah, all these are running now. Oh, this needs ash. Oh, this needs some ash to bootstrap itself. Okay. I'll need to take care of that. There we go. That should work now. As long as it gets through all of the thingy things before... as long as it gets through all of the tree seedlings before they spoil. Because if that happens, this system is sad. This system really is not built to handle that. I guess I could do this. But... this should always have enough space for the tree seedlings to make it through. It'll only ever fail if it backs up on not having ash or something, which should just never happen. Oh, yeah. This has like a request for 60,000, but it doesn't actually have a tank that ever says that it's there. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I need to do something with that. I need to put a tank up there. Let's grab some lead and duralumin, I guess. What do you mean no fuel? Oh, that's never a good thing. Oh. Indeed, not a good thing. I didn't realize we had managed to mine this much of this patch up. Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to have to get another input belt fed into this. I mean, really, I need to bring down more belts from up here, unfortunately. How about this side? Are these all running at, like, full capacity? They are. All right. Well, something else for the to-do list. But yeah, we've got 71 whole fiber. You're set to provide... Yep, 71. This isn't super fast. Like, this was scaled for what a power plant needs, but it should make plenty once it gets itself going. I might need a little more ash to bootstrap it, though. Uh-oh. Because I think what's happening is... Well, maybe. I thought I did the math on this, and it was fine. Yeah, it's under power, right? Because we're turning everything into fiber, and then we turn all of the fiber into ash, which is 8 high-pressure furnaces. Okay. And then the excess goes to become CO2. Oh! A lot of that is going up to become CO2. This is the issue. Okay. I'm going to have to probably give that a little more ash to get it rebooted, because it wasn't recycling correctly. I did do the math, I just didn't play the game right, which is usually the situation. Okay. I need to put a tank up at Fox Pharaoh so that it knows how much... how much is actually stored there. What do I need for these 70 KL tanks? Steel, iron, duralumin, and lead. Duralumin and lead... I don't know. I have lead somewhere, but I don't care. Make a stack of these, because I think these are going to be my standard tank for requester stations. I've kind of decided. And I've already lost it. There we go. But if I... I'm not sure why this has green all the way across it. Ugh, this is so tedious. I don't actually have to do this. It doesn't matter. But it bothers me that it's there. All right. And then this connects to that. So we should see is now we're at minus 53. Well, actually, we want our threshold to be minus 70. Because that's what this tank can hold. So it should request again. Why does it keep saying it can't do deliveries? You're fueled. You should be able to return to the depot. You should be able to path anywhere. They can't leave the delivery on the neighbor's doorstep. Yeah. Because, yeah, this is supposed to request just a billion coal. This is... Guess what? God, it's all backwards. Wait. What the heck did I do? Oh, because I'm actually stupid. Let me get over there. I mean, it kind of worked. Whoa, that was close. Yeah, it needs to be... I need to have two, like, semicircles of belts around it. One loading from the train and one loading to the rest of the system. Yeah. If I want the full throughput at any rate. I don't think I actually need that many inserters for a single belt, though. Where am I going? Down. Okay, so yeah. This is right. That's that. These need to go up here. And then here, I need, like, another batch of these. There we go. And then maybe make sure that that underground is right. Obviously, you know, whatever, only 3 of these for a yellow belt, but when I upgrade this to red belts, if I'm still playing then, these will have plenty of capacity. Okay. Cool. Now, which train is stuck? Tabaxi to Calibent, and from Nishiki to Fox Ferro. Okay, so it can't do a delivery from Nishiki to Fox Ferro. Oh, are my train limits not set correctly? Okay, that's why it's getting mad. I need to set train limits everywhere. It's trying to dispatch a second train to a lot of these stations because it doesn't have a train limit set. That's the issue. Yeah, see, and now it's not trying to do extra dispatches because it knows that it can't. I think these ones are set correctly because these ones were done early. Yep. And then this one up here, the fuel station, also correct. Okay. So that should keep it from trying to dispatch more than it needs. We have a train down here, which is just refueling while it's at the depot. And it's waiting for orders. This guy's unloading. And obviously, it's going to spend a lot of time stacking up coal in this system. We probably don't actually need to request that many stacks. Let's do like 20 stacks for now. Otherwise, what's going to happen is this is just going to completely fill up with coal or coal dust, and we're going to have a bad time. But I think, yeah, I mean, this is just going to buffer as much as it can, which it did. Cool. Woo, there goes a train. What are you doing? Oh, more saline. Beautiful. It's actually working. Then over here, this one should be requesting... yeah, 10 stacks of raw fiber. I'm curious why we're not seeing a dispatch for this one yet. You're set to provide. And do you recognize that you have 237 fiber? Oh, maybe we're just well below the threshold. Okay, I need to... what's our issue? Oh, these are backed up on water. I didn't put an outfall. Okay. Let's do that. I think it will. I mean, it's the built-in flight, so I think it saves you from trains. Let's get an outfall hooked up to this. Where do I have water nearby? I guess it's up here. Is there room for an outfall on any of these, though? No. How about over here? Is this one good enough? Yes. I could try to be smarter with my, like, outfalls and prioritizing water input and output and whatever else. But it turns out I don't care. All right, hopefully this is enough ash in there to bring this back to life. Oh, this needs power. Let's see what's going on up here with this solder setup. I'm gonna call fiber on rails done. I think it's just not dispatching a train because there isn't enough available in the network. Or because it can't path to this station, but it should give me a no path error in that case. There we go. Build some pumps. Oh, if I wanted to be able to switch these over to the one that uses tar. Of course, I hooked up lead to tar. Fortunately, there's no fluids yet, so I just make you tar. Make you lead. And then we can reroute it. Oh, and it is break time, and I am going to step away for a moment. I think we're back just a moment before the ad break is done. So, hello, Twitch Turbo and YouTube gang. Give it just a few more seconds. There we go. Does the new tank also need a green wire, Starfighter? Yes, it does. Thank you for reminding me. Oh. And this is just, I'm actually going to keep the recipe on the one that doesn't need tar for now, but I want to have the option to upgrade, and I want to make sure the station is built that it can support it. There we go. There we go. Oh, you didn't get an ad during the break? Lucky you. All right, yeah, I think this is right. This is only requesting lead and tin. We're not requesting tar yet because we don't have tar on the network. This, yeah, hooks up to what says lead right now, but it will be tar when the system swaps over. Beautiful. I think that's all right. Down here, this needs to be... This is going to be just like the coal, but backwards. Right, we're going to have... And I know all of these are backwards, and I have to turn them around. Output from solder, right down here. All right, I think that's all going in the right direction now. This should be set as provide only, automatic allow list. Good, good, good. And we load the train right around here. Perfect. Oh, my bot's built a bunch of signals that I don't necessarily need. Cool, that all looks fine. Why are you unhappy? Cannot divide segments. Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure what happened there. Probably in here, we also need to pull some of these signals out. Yeah, it looks like I had some weirdness with copying and pasting signal positions. Could probably divide the middle into 2 segments, but I don't think I care. Okay. Something I want to do, I have the rails for it. If I take this intersection down here, and I do this... Right? It's future-proofing, is what it is. Thank you very much. There we go. It's mostly I want to make sure in between the stations where the blocks don't quite line up with how they're supposed to work, that we don't have blocks that are too small separated by normal rail signals, because then stuff can get screwy. But you know, all my blueprints and stuff are properly sized for these short trains. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Indeed. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's fine. Well, it's not fine. I think I was talking about this last time, and I just didn't finish what I said I should do, which is put one of these right in here. There we go. I'll give the bots another rest stop on their way back and forth across the map, too. But let's grab whatever rails we have oh, wow, we have lots of rails. Okay. Did this guy finally make a delivery? Is that what happened? Yeah, he did. Look at that. I missed it. I missed his first delivery. How sad. Whoops. Oh, I need to grab some ash and restart stuff down there before tree seeds start spoiling and I get sad. Forgot about that. Got distracted. And then it's going to be about finding lead and tin outposts and getting those set up. Let's see, I should be able to just grab some ash from up here. It's like, yeah, one stack should be plenty to bootstrap this. It doesn't actually use that much of it. Oh, it's running. Never mind. It did get itself going. Well, now it definitely can't back up. Cool. And I guess this will have to have 2 rows before a train will be dispatched, in theory. Let the bots try to build this. Oh, do I not have the... Oh, I'm missing the ramps and the supports. That's not good. I didn't realize that when I was up at base, or I would have grabbed those. I wasn't paying attention. That's fine. I'll deal with that later. Like, the worst that's going to happen right now is it'll try to dispatch a train for fiber up here, and then there won't be enough. Can they actually? Oh, yeah, they can take the long way around the interchange. That's funny. Yeah, they could turn right. Well, they can't get up and over if they turn right, but if they go straight across and go around the loop and go through, that's all at grade. All right, that works. Let me see. Do I have a radar on me? No, but I can make one. Let's get this where it belongs. Just so this last segment isn't quite cut off here. Bop. There we go. Now we have coverage everywhere. Yeah, works as intended. I mean, the goal was to make it easier for trains bringing coal from Tabaxi to Calabint to turn around to get to Tabaxi. So that is possible on this network, and they could still go north, so I think it's fine. But that is definitely something to look out for, since I'm not using roundabouts, making sure that trains can turn around. And you always can, I guess, turn around on a cloverleaf, right? I didn't even have to build these little loops at the ends. I could have just left them dangling. But yeah, you can turn around on a cloverleaf. So, can you turn around on the trumpet if you want to? I don't think so. No, not easily. Oh, also, turns out replacing a regular one with a trumpet doesn't erase all the rails. Or replacing a curve with a trumpet doesn't erase all the rails. Does it down here? I think down here... No, still. There's some bits and bobs left. That is, yes, good to know. Yeah, my intersections don't quite paste cleanly over each other. I don't even know how to erase the rails that are, like, below here. Is there a hotkey for that? To, like, erase below elevated rails? Toggle rail layer. There we go. Is that what I want? It seems to do nothing. So no, it's not what I want. Oh, when holding a rail to build it. I wonder if it works for deconstruction if I'm holding the rail. Because what I want to do is there's some straight rails that are, like, underneath the elevated segments here. Right? And I want to, like... No, it doesn't seem to be able to... I mean, I can find them, kind of, sort of. Oh, nope. Yeah, those are all elevated there. Yeah, there's definitely some QOL issues with stuff under elevated stuff. It's not, like, terrible. But yeah, I just need to erase, and I can make a deconstruction planner that's just, like, rails and signals. And then I can erase the corner before I paste in the new part. I have no idea what train that just was. Probably, this? Yeah, that's very full. Yeah, and that's just, well, they're one by ones, right? So even though they're just running on coal. Yeah. Imagine what'll happen once I have rocket fuel on my whole train network. This is why I wanted to do the 1x1s, because I knew it would be hilarious. I'm just going to double up this whole mine so that these have plenty of time. We're not pulling hot air nearly fast enough to need all of these to run, but we did just add hot air to stuff here. I should add a hot air station, actually, because we're going to need it for various casting procedures, right? If I look at this, is there a version of this that takes hot air? There is. Let's be using the hot air version. And that means that I need another tank. Like there. Here, let's head up and look at it. Hot air one's going to be a little bit different, but not significantly. Hot air goes in. I just need to figure out how to route the hot air where I need it to go, because these tanks only have one end, right? Hot air at 70K. Nope. 70,000. I thought that worked. Oh, maybe because this is a custom UI. And then hot air on these will need to come like bop, 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 bop. Down here. Yeah, they work in the vanilla UI. That's what I thought. I'm not crazy. Well, I'm not mistaken about this particular thing. Okay, so that's hot air. In theory, if I got a hot air sender, oop. Then that should work. A hairdryer, yeah. The question is, where do I put the hot air dispatch station? I guess right over here is fine. Let's grab... There was one of these that I had decided I kind of liked as my design for a... I think it was this one that has lots of capacity here. Feeding in. Yeah, let's take this. And then... Oh, we can't rotate with this tank. Oh, that's right. I remember complaining about this. Because these are a 4-way tank, but you can't rotate. I need to file a bug about that. At any rate, what are we going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to take... this. Then... All right, I need to grab a bunch of parts. Let's grab a bunch of lead. Let's grab a bunch of pipes. Let's grab whatever else I need, because I'm out of everything. I need pumps, which I know I have somewhere. Pumps, pipes. My inventory is full. What is my inventory full of? All right. 6 of those. Because hot air is right up here, right? So getting that wired up to be a sending station right down here isn't too bad. Make sure these signals all look correct. They do. They do. Okay. Really? Cybernetic Combinator. Bop. That's it. Provide only. Nice and easy. And then feed in hot air. From, yeah, like here. Glad I'm near the base. So I forgot to grab undergrounds. Okay. Plenty of underflowies. Let's get this done. Oh, that's the mod I keep forgetting to add to this mod pack. The Catherine of Sky technical terms. All right. Hot air, hot air, hot air. Should be... Oh. Okay, some things got weird because I wasn't shift dragging, but... Pushing hot air in. Are these not actually connected? Am I a big dummy? I am a big dummy. These need to be... there. And that needs to be connected there. And this should be able to push a lot of hot air very quickly. So, but the system might need to turn itself on a little bit first. I think there's too many bricks in this loop. Let's, because, yeah, this is moving as many bricks as it can. I've never actually tested this thing at, like, full capacity like this. But if it's ever, like, pausing, yeah. These should basically be running all the time. Honestly. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, well, there's nothing I can do about it. That's too bad. Okay. My input and my output numbers match. That's fine. Just where this needs heat and where the hot air ins and outs are, I can't... I guess I could add one more inserter to each one, but whatever. Shouldn't matter. Yeah, if the input inserters are ever stopping while we're buffering, it's because we have too many bricks in the loop. And the output ones aren't getting them out fast enough. It's like a bunch of these guys must be like fully backed up. Yeah. And I could just do like that. Well, good to know I put too many bricks in this thing. Okay. This might still need a little more babysitting, but I don't want to sit here babysitting it the whole time. We should be filling up on hot air here now. Few thousand. Yeah, so this should, when this hits 25,000, we should dispatch a train, because that's the request threshold here, right? 25,000. Yep. Cool. Oh, apparently I need to hook up power here. Okay. I think everything here is correct. I don't know. Anyway, hot air on rails now. I wasn't going to do it, but whatever. It was easy, and it'll make our solder production even betterer. Cool. I guess the next things then are the lead and tin processing plants. I'm not sure where those need to live, honestly. We've got... Is that fine? Is this sitting with enough stuff in here? What did I set your request threshold to? Oh, I said I want you to request when we have 20 available, which means our total stack should be 30. Otherwise, it'll wait till this is empty. But yeah, when this gets down to like 1 row, it should dispatch another train. Cool. And otherwise, these guys are just sitting here. Fueled up. Empty of ash. Love to see it. Love to see it. No lamps. Probably there are. I don't know. Usually it'll just tell me what's going on with the system, but yeah, I'm not sure why there's no alert for missing materials. I'd expect to get alerted for like, hey, something wants hot air. In this case, this station. And it does want hot air and lead and tin. Oh no, that needs to be set because we're doing fluids. But like, yeah, I don't know how to see that, like, there's nothing available in the network to fulfill a request. That would be useful. But I'm pretty sure as soon as this hits 20, I'm going to see a train get dispatched. Because I saw it happen with this, right? And I think we did get a load of that up here already. Oh no, this one is also not dispatched. And yeah, this definitely has more than 20 stacks. Provide. Network A, all right. And yeah, we have 4.4 thousand. Up here, oh, is my request threshold set wrong for, oh. Well, hot air just got dispatched, like I said it would. What's going on here? My request threshold. Oh, because that'll never happen. We need 30 stacks here, with a request threshold of 20 stacks. Yeah, okay, so this was messed up. This was never requesting. Because... the threshold was set larger than its request amount. Yep, and here we go. Train already got dispatched. They definitely do have to go around the block in a few places. But this should come into this station, fill up. Yeah, the LTN lamps, and I remember those from LTN. I might have to check the documentation for Cybersyn. There's got to be a way to tell you that, like, hey, something wants to be requesting, but... And, like, here I messed up, right? This config was just wrong, so it would never request. But, like, here... These should be requesting... hot air and... It's interesting that the hot air signal is still minus 70. That's not right. So something's screwed up with my signaling here as well. Oh, I didn't put hot air on the... There we go. So now it's only requesting 55,000 hot air. Yeah. And it'll wait until this is full to dispatch, which is fine that it doesn't dispatch a train until it can actually, like, fulfill the request. But I want to know. I want to know that there's no station that can fulfill my requests. Let me check the CyberSyn docs. Hmm. No provider threshold because by design. Right, and that's fine. Requester thresholds work for both ends, and that's what I'm seeing. But I want to know when there's no provider available. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I can read the combinator outputs. I'm sure that there's some stuff that this spits out for me. Well, currently nothing. It spits out nothing. Yeah, I know in mod settings you can turn on like a debug console for CyberSyn, and I'm sure that'll give me the information I care about. I was just hoping it would be available without needing the debug console. I mean, the other thing I can do is, let's see, hook up one of these and a decider. And then the decider is like if hot air is less than, I mean, I don't know what the threshold should be. It'll request when it's at 45, because that's a load. So if we're more than 2 loads down, so if we're less than 20K, or molten tin is less than 20K, or molten lead is less than 20K, output whatever, pick a virtual signal, output danger, and then if danger not 0, okay. Show alert. Alert is solder message. Solder has no. Actually, I don't even need a message, do I? I just need to see my little, like, hey, we have a solder alert. And this is always going to be going off right now because I don't have molten lead and tin into the system yet. I could do these separately and be like, hey, there's no like lead available or whatever, like test each of them independently, but what I care about is that solder's broken, and then I can come over and debug it and figure out. Anyway, for now I'm going to turn that off. But that is the theory. I mean, in practice, it probably won't be that much of an issue, right? Like, this will have plenty of time to buffer now. Yeah, this will run one more time once hot air hits 25,000. Maybe twice more. I don't know. Yeah, this will hit 25, and then we should get another rail dispatch. Yeah. Yep, there it goes. Oh, hey, transport belt capacity. That means we have stack inserters now, too. Oh, God. I don't want to do math. Okay, the hand stack size is 13, so these are definitely worth it for loading and unloading trains. Right? Because they'll move 13. Really? That's the default stack size is 13? That's such a weird number. But yeah, iron niobium alloy I have. I'm not making lubricant yet. So we're definitely not building these yet, but yeah. +1, +2, right? Because it's just +1? Oh, interesting. Transport belt capacity is +1. And stack size. Fast inserter 2. Where's bulk inserters? Yeah. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Inserter capacity bonus. Yeah, and that applies to everything. Can I see on a belt what the belt stack size is? No. Yeah, it's just... I thought that the base stacking would have been only like a couple of items, but like a hand size of 13 seems really big. It seems too big, even.
Space! Space!
Vanity God, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciated. I'm not doing anything important, so I'm gonna get you over on the Wall of Fame before I forget. Nope, I did have a whole stack of them. Oh well. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Again, very appreciated. Also, fantastic username. Okay, let me find my... Just started Pi, any advice? Cry? No. I think, my best advice is, yeah, you need more ash chests and try not to overbuild early on. I've definitely overbuilt some things in this factory, and it's always a problem when you do. Like, you just don't need a ton of scale. I'm scaled for... Well, I don't know how I'm at 12. That's an accident. But, like, my base is scaled for, like, 8 SPM after, 140 hours, I'm at 8 SPM. So, like, you don't have to build big. It's really easy to scale up. Automate what you can, but don't feel like you have to automate. Early on, you want to get small parts automated, you want to get belts, inserters, but, like, with all the buildings that are in Pi, you're not going to have a mall with all of these buildings. I'm finally setting up a bot mall now. So being able to, have some of the base things, like everything uses steam engines for some reason, so automate steam engines. But you're going to be building most of the buildings by hand. Don't try to do a lazy bastard run on Pi. That's a recipe for a bad time. What other advice do I have? Alien life stuff always takes forever to get running, so if you see you're going to need some alien life stuff soon, then, like, get it going, because it'll take longer to bootstrap than you think. Otherwise, just take it slow, have small goals, and focus on those small goals. My worst days and the analysis paralysis comes when I'm trying to think too far ahead, and I'm having a hard time just finding one small thing to focus on. I don't know. That's kind of all of the important advice off the top of my head. Yeah, and embrace the flying spaghetti monster. Do recommend embracing the flying spaghetti monster. Like, I've only just started doing rails, and rails are slow, but, like, this whole thing is a belt base that does 8 SPM, right? Like, the spaghetti is everywhere. You can avoid some of it, maybe use more caravans than I did, but it's... You will be touched by his noodly appendage, and you just have to embrace that. What do I need for a few more of these? Electric mining drills and circuits. Okay. Did I say electric? Yes. And... oh, steel. Oh, stop. I'm trying to think if there's any other sort of early pie advice that I have off the top of my head. But the big one is just don't overbuild. Think small. You're gonna have updated techs pretty frequently. And you know, it's, you look at some of these builds and they're huge, and like, yeah, this has 12 of these Prandium labs. But like, if you look at the crafting speed, this is still, you know, half of a mouse per second, right? It's really not scaled up very high. All right. And to answer your question from earlier, Starfighter, yes, the flight does dodge trains. I just tested it. Yeah, definitely find a recipe calculator that you like. I mostly use YAFC, but if you want something that's not... Oh. That's in-game. They're all, I mean, comparable. What you will probably find is that, the in-game ones don't always do as well with some of the circular recipes and dealing with byproducts that feed back in. I've bumped into stuff that Hellmod can't solve before. And I've bumped into stuff that, oh, no, that's Hellmod. That Factory Planner can't solve. It's a lot harder to brick YAFC. But with YAFC, you have to pop out of the game, etc., etc. I think the current development of YAFC is happening on the Pyanodon's Discord, so check there for the link to the latest version. The last time I Googled it, Google was still showing the link to the original creator's GitHub, which doesn't, with enough cargo capacity. What? That should never happen. Oh, nope, it figured it out. Okay. Everything is scaled for size 1 trains. I think maybe it was just reloading with fuel or something, so it couldn't find a train available. Because the alert went away. And I don't see my fluid wagon parked there. In fact, I don't see it anywhere. Where are my trains? Oh, there it is. And also, I just realized when I copied and pasted that, I didn't change the name. I don't think it matters. I think it knows which station it's sending things to, and it creates like virtual intermediate stations on the tracks to make sure that the routing works correctly. But I want them all to be different silly names because it makes me happy. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to redo this station. All right. Yeah, if you look at the trains, oh, they already left. It might still have one if I can. God, they're fast. Anyway, yeah, it does temporary stops. You can look at the routing and you can see that it's got How is 2 of these not... Oh! My belts are stacking! All of my mines just got twice as efficient. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't even think about that. I forgot that miners could stack. Okay. Cool. So yeah, these are now pushing twice as many items down them. Oh god. I think in most places it's fine. My concern with it, like, cool, I only need half as many belts out of some of these things now. Like, this is pushing 4 belts down, but it really only needs to be 2, right? And same here. My main concern is with, well, it shouldn't be a problem with the scale of this base, but, like, UPS is a concern, right? Because we, might not be getting, compressed belts now. That's kind of the only UPS concern with the belt stacking from miners. But cool. That's awesome. That's great. It's good to see. It is ad break o'clock. I am going to refill my water. Everyone else should do the same. Stay hydrated. I will be back in 3 minutes or so. Hello, hello. Sorry that took me a little longer than it should have. I think I put a little too much water in the kettle and it didn't quite boil as quickly as it usually does. Anyway, because we have some new folks here, I haven't done my spiel about ads in a while. Twitch is always going to run ads one way or the other. They can either be pre-roll ads or I can run ad breaks. I run ad breaks to disable pre-roll ads, and that means that I can take a quick break and stretch my legs once an hour. And instead of getting a pre-roll ad when I'm doing something interesting, when someone joins the stream, instead there's just a quick ad break when I step away from my computer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I prefer to have the ads run when I'm not doing something interesting instead of when I am. Have we found any more? Wow, still no more geothermal. Okay, I think we can look at the to-do list now and try to keep working on lead. Excuse me. Yeah, I need to set up a molten lead facility and a molten tin facility. So let's just look at that. Do I have this up here? I don't think so. Sure, let's just make a new one. I'll just make it one sheet. I don't think I need 2 sheets for this. So molten lead from Bubba. This is exactly the opposite of what I want to do. I want to do lead ore. I'm going to say a belt, and we'll adjust the scale based on how big this build looks. Well, I guess a belt now is 30 a second, isn't it? All right. And then we break down the lead into silver, lead, dust, and molten lead. And oof, for a full belt now, that is quite a bit of machinery. So I'm thinking that is the scale we build for. And then yeah. Here's a stupid question. This should just work right. I don't remember. But like, yeah, these just take things interesting. You can see how when they're taking things off of stacks sometimes, or not. Yeah, you can see the stacks getting unstacked as it goes up here. That's funny. Okay. So yes, it all just works correctly. That's what mattered. Okay. So yeah, I think this is fine for this process. We also will need to bring in borax and graphite. I think I probably want to make like a coke to graphite. Do I want to do that centralized? I'm not sure yet. I am not sure yet. And then the other thing we're going to have is tin ore. Again, a full belt, a stacked belt. All right, molten tin. And then in theory, if we wanted to cast these into plates, 1 casting unit, like 1 casting unit, well, 2 for lead, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to build... It's just more compact to share a single sheet. This is just me not wanting to open 2 tabs, basically. You know, making sure I have enough hot air and graphite and whatever is fine, but... Yeah. Oh, it does give me the shopping list, I guess. Alright, lead plate and tin plate, and then... Graphite comes from coke, and yeah, we do need a lot of these. So I think graphite's going to be its own train station. And then borax, of course, has to be its own train station. And then... do this whole dance so that the only byproduct here is oxygen. And then up here, yeah, we're going to have a stone byproduct from each of these, as well as a tailings byproduct that I'm going to have to figure out what to do with. And basically the stone byproducts from each will end up being in a separate train station, right? Okay. So, I think this is, well, besides the miners and getting the mining outposts set up, but that's a separate issue. Raw borax, I don't ever need except to make borax, so this can be its own, like, single train station somewhere. I'm probably not going to scale it for... I'll scale it more than this, but I'm probably not going to scale it for, like... Well, let's see. If I allow overproduction, and I set you to... 30 a second. There we go. So yeah, like, 22 crystal mines is too many, 21 washers is too many. I'm not going to do this at this full scale. But I could do it at, like... clear, fixed count. Let's do this at a fixed building count. What if I do, like, 8 of these? This'll just give me a bunch of extra borax on the network. I'm just deciding how big I want to scale this build right now. Doesn't really matter, but... Okay, so that also does mean, though, that I need to build a syngas stop, because I don't have one right now. So let's do the syngas stop first, because I think that's basically just a copy of the gasoline stop. And then... we've already got hot air. So we're gonna need... For the... tin and lead... actually, I should scale these for unstacked belts, shouldn't I? Because I don't have the stack inserters to unload trains in a stacked fashion. So we're going to scale these for unstacked belts. I think that's more reasonable. And this is still a lot of lead and tin. And yeah, I could just scale this at, like, double what we need here and still be fine. Okay, so yeah, we're going to need to make a graphite stop. I think I want to do a graphite stop. Instead of having the, couple of high-pressure furnaces at each one. Maybe. Still thinking about it. And then, let's do a syngas stop, let's get borax going, and then we'll get the lead and tin going. So syngas, I probably want to do, like, right up here, basically near, same as I did gasoline, just run another pipe over. Oh, like this pipe of syngas that's literally already here. Beautiful. What is that for? What uses syngas over here? Oh, chromium. Okay. Cool. And then gasoline is a weird build because that was before I kind of decided that I wanted to standardize my stations, but I should be able to grab this one. Yeah. Grab like that one and plop it up here. And then I'm going to have to adjust the syngas pipe and some other stuff there, but that's fine. I need 6 of these, which is just a bunch of lead and iron. All right. Each of them needs 30 lead, and I need 6, so that means I need 180 lead, which I have. Okay. Actually, let's get pump there and there. All right, cool. Syngas. That was easy. Double check. The blocks don't look broken. They look fine. Okay. Now I need borax. Oh, look at that. So let's copy another provider station here. Sure. Where's the borax? Right there. Drop it like here. Once the system gets going, I'm probably going to need a few more trains, but I should be able to start, enabling trains as I need them. What do I need for the borax build? Before I go any further, if I scale this for 2 miners, because why not? Oh, that's 2.05 washers. Okay, fine. 2 miners, 2 washers. 2 electrolyzers. Oh, sorry, 4 washers total. 4 washers, 2 electrolyzers, 2 miners. Let's see. Oh, I don't need the fiber on rails anymore. I've already got that built. I need another washer. Oh, God, stop. How am I always out of small parts? It's truly incredible. Another washer. 2 crystal miners. And what did I say? 2 electrolyzers. Okay. That should be everything I need down there. Oh, I need some storage tanks for the oxygen. Eventually, that'll be a supply station that's, like, just set at a higher priority. But for now, I do need to be able to store it until I need oxygen on the rail network, basically. So, with that being the case, tanks, right. Duralumin, I need a bunch of lead. Okay. That should be everything I need for the... for the borax station down here. And as always, replace the station so it gets a new name. I wish I could rename stop and get a random name, like from the original pool. But I don't think you can. Why do I have big electric poles stretched across? Oh, because this was for radars. Yeah. Okay. Why didn't I just take it down from the tracks? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, so these are going to need their fluid input, which is a fluid drop-off station, which is this. Good. This one can rotate at least. And then that'll go like there. Signals look good. Signals look good. Get rid of you again. Really wish I had a way to do that. I wonder if there's a mod that'll do it for me. Let's see. We don't need saline water. We want syngas. Normal syngas at minus 70,000. And this should, in theory, dispatch a train for me now. And actually, this should be pumped so that it will buffer more fully. Okay, so this has 77,000. What's the issue? Well, that's just wrong. Oh, yeah. I need to set train limit again. That's the issue. It gets sad about train limits when they're not set correctly. All right, and this will provide once it's built. Cool. And then I just put 4 of these instead of the 2 that I said I was going to, which means I'm going to need some more washers, which I don't have the stuff for. Okay. Let's go grab a few more iron plates. I should have a belt of iron plates coming through, like, somewhere over here for circuits. How are they stacked? What is... Oh, of course. They're stacked because I'm using the poop chute on the, casting machine. Yeah, the ones that come out this side will be stacked at 2. And the ones that come out this side won't be. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's impressive that the stacked ones have made it all the way down here, though. Okay. Should I be concerned? No, this is running. Okay. And yes, the poop chute is the technical term for those outputs. All right, let's see here. Because I just ended up doing 4 of these. I need 5 washers. Doing borax washing. And then... Oh, I don't have any offshore pumps. That's weird. I feel like I say that every time I'm out of offshore pumps, which probably means it's not that weird. But... this goes up to there. Ba-ba-ba. That will act as a top-up when O is less than 80. What do you take? You take 1.4. Okay. I think that can just be one fast inserter each. And then this side, we get... Oops. Well, actually, we do need outputs as well, don't we? Yep. All right. That's fine. And then the outputs go to the electrolyzers, of which I now need 4, and I probably only have 2, because I didn't make the extras, and I need steel. Okay, well, we'll make 2 for now, and I'll come back. So, if I do these, like... here... we're electrolyzing muddy sludge into water and oxygen. And these actually need to be a little bit higher. And then this is just, yeah, so this will be a top off then, off of the water from these, which is the primary. Cool. And then let's, like, fix some of this. I'll need 2 more of those. Can I make any more? No. Okay. So that will also produce an output of dirt. How much dirt per second? 1.6. Okay, we'll use blues. 1, 2, 3, 4. That needs to go, well, here. This can go this way. And that will become our input here. How many inserters worth do we have? 6 borax a second is only 5 yellow inserters. Okay, I'll just use yellow inserters. I'll even put a 6th one in, just for funsies. Okay. And then... oh, whoops, I disconnected this. It takes 3 more washers to turn all of that back into... I want that there. I want to bring these down like one more. Okay. That is this part. How much soil do we actually make? 6 a second. So that's, I think, just one blue inserter again. Bop, bop, bop. And then just need to deal with the output. Which needs to hook up to here. And if I do this like that, should have... Yeah. So all of these will do their thing. Okay, and I need the oxygen output now. Out to some storage tanks where it can end up eventually being pushed into the network, but not until I have demand for oxygen on rails. I don't know. Somewhere up here for now. And then I'll figure out where I want to route it later. I like doing things later. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how much of this we're actually going to end up using, so... Okay, that's borax, which wasn't even on the list. So next up, I need to find good spots to do the molten tin and molten lead builds. And I also need to figure out where I'm going to be pushing. I mean, I've got tin right here. So this could be a good place to do the tin mining. So that's fine if I put a station for tin like right here. That's not an issue at all. More about... Well, where will the lead mine end up being? If I have any decent spots. Oh, there's lead ore here and here. Okay. So, that's easy enough to add the lead mine there, tin mine there. And then it's just figuring out where I want to do the processing for them, which, like, I've got all this open space down here, so I think adding some more stations down here to do the lead processing and the tin processing is fine. So let's find a stop, which is a requester. That's in a weird place. Let's find a different stop that's a requester to copy and paste. Let's get this one. And this one's also kind of weird because it's a... what am I trying to say? Because it's a... It was 2 stations in a row, so the signals are a little weird on it, but that's easy enough to fix. In fact, it goes just like that. And then, as always, I need to replace the station. Set the train limit. Okay. Oh no. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. So this is, yeah, it'll be requesting. What are we requesting? Lead ore. And we want 30 stacks. I think 30 has been my normal number for requests. Seems to work fine. Ooh. Oh, hey. Interesting. And then, oh, does that mean that this dropped below its threshold? $30 stacks. No, you shouldn't be requesting. Oh, it was this. I pasted it with the wrong thing, and now this train's going to fill up, and then it's going to be sad that it has nowhere to go. I should really make a blueprint for my stops that doesn't include the requests in them. Because that's definitely what just happened here. Anyway, so this will take the lead ore in, and now I need to go, like, make a bunch of buildings. So, my shopping list from YAFC is big, although I can get rid of borax. I'm going to do that. We're not going to do the casting yet. Alright. Shopping list is, well, I have it visible. I don't need to be popping back and forth. 28 automatic screeners, 7 washers, 7 ball mills, 6 impact crushers, 6 jaw crushers. It's a lot of stuff. What do I need for jaw crushers? Steel plate, of course. Okay, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to add a section to this, and I'm going to start adding requests. Because I think the bots have some of the stuff available, but not everything. So, it's like, yeah, we need 28 automated screeners, we need 7 washers, we need 7 ball mills. And the bots should be able to bring me a bunch of this. And what they can't, I might still have to make by hand, but I will also get it set up. Secondary crushers and electric arc furnaces. All right. So yeah, there's a few things that I need to put in the mall up here. I think, yeah, impact crushers, jaw crushers, and electric arc furnaces are all new. So we will go ahead and add those. And then, does this have everything it needs? I think I'm making local radars already up here. Yeah. I think all of this should be on the list, but, or should be in the network already. Iron, yeah, all of that is. And what was the last thing? Electric arc furnaces. Boilers, engines, yeah, I think all of this is also, in theory, in the network. It's just probably all been assigned to other things right now. I have the washers. Got several ball mills. So let's see, what do we have to make ourselves? We got to make the electric arc furnaces. Grab some more intermetallic. Uh-oh. Why don't we have intermetallic? We don't have intermetallics because we don't have aluminum. Oh yeah, we just straight up don't have aluminum. What idiot picked up all the aluminum miners? All right. All right, I've got 4 fluid mining drills. We'll get them hooked up. It's not many, but it will suffice. That is what matters. Okay. And we finally... Uh-oh. There it goes. Okay. Okay. That is at least something that resembles having aluminum again. Ugh. I completely forgot that I was, had started taking this apart. I didn't realize my aluminum demand was that high either. So these will each take 5 a second. So this is like really set up for like 10 a second. And each of these makes 1.1. So we've got 4.4 a second on a system that can handle 10. You know, I could put like 2 more of these guys up here pretty easily. All right. So that's, yeah, about half a belt of raw ore a second going in there. Could be better. Let's do one more, like right here. All right. Well, there aren't expected resources on these. Yeah, 30, 40, 1.8. There's some. There is some aluminum here. This... Is this running again? Maybe. Not really. Oh, it is. It's running as fast as it can. It's just that this is a stacked belt now. Okay. How's power, by the way? We're doing okay. All right. Do I have everything here that I need? Not even close. Let's go back to trying to get all of this stuff built. Right, because I didn't have intermetallics, and that's going to cause problems for this whole build. But... jaw crushers. Get some more steam engines, because I always need steam engines. Okay. Jaw crushers done. Electric arc furnaces need the intermetallics that I don't have. Okay. Impact crushers. What do they need? Also intermetallics. Fantastic. And ball mills. Also intermetallics. All right. Oh, it's going to take a moment for... oh, but the automated screeners probably also need intermetallics. Let's be honest. Oh, no, these just need iron and steel and stuff. Okay. I'm going to start building the automated screeners then. If I can remember where iron is. Oof. I just used a lot of my steel here, didn't I? Are all these running at full speed? Yes. Okay. I just need a lot of automated screeners. Is the problem. Well, that's 9 out of the, like, 30 that I need. The bots... Whoops. The bots are trying their best. They really are. They're just not very good. Let's grab some more pipes. Let's grab some more belts. Inventory full. Let's throw away some more stuff that we don't need. Yeah, they want to bring me bricks and concrete. I probably don't actually need those in my requests anymore, but whatever. I think otherwise, we've got pretty much everything. Oh, we don't have many warehouses. We are going to need more warehouses. Why are warehouses not warehousing? More iron plates. Okay. That seems to kind of be constantly the issue. Okay. Well, I definitely do not have all of the automated screeners that I need for all of the processes, but do I have enough to at least get started with something? I have 9. For lead, I need 12. It would be nice to have 3 more. That means tin needs 16? Yeah. That's all right. I can start the build. I'll start the build and then figure it out. Yeah, okay, this is the one that accidentally requested the wrong thing, and now I'm going to have a truckload of garbage. I switch you to provide only, and if I set your priority to 1, right? Priorities go up in CyberSyn. Let me double check that. Receiving a higher... Yes, okay. So the next time... Oh, dear. Let's turn this off. God. What is in my inventory? I don't even know anymore. This all looks like stuff I want. I mean, I guess I do have a bunch of copper. So in theory... One short. Where is it? There it is. This has just enough to satisfy a request. So as soon as something requests, because this is set higher priority, it will try to run this, and it will... It'll pull from here instead of this one, and it'll empty this. That is the theory. We do want to be requesting coal still. Or lead. But we don't have lead ore in the system. I mean, the other thing I can do is this. Right? Well, the correct sized one. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. And let's get rid of the priority on that. Okay. There we go. So now this is requesting raw lead. Put the belts back. Done and done. So... Oh, it is just about time for my hour break. So let's get that done. I just need to kind of figure out how I want to lay this out. Oh, we only have 3 lead a second coming out of the initial screening, so it can just be all in a row. Cool. So that's like 9 of these. Doing lead grade 1 from lead ore. Whoops. There we go. And, yeah, like one inserter each. And a thingy like that, and like that. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to step away, and I shall be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. I am working on this layout here. Second stage is the impact crushers here, which I don't have any of built. Okay, these are relatively small. How many of these are there? 6. And lead grade 2, is that the recipe? Yes, lead grade 2. And then each of these is pulling in, well, it says 0.66. It's actually slightly less than that. See if we can get away with a... Oh, well, that's obviously not going to work. Got to have those inserters at the other end. Otherwise, this last one will never actually get pulled from. Okay. And there's 9 of these and 6 of these, so I think this should all figure itself out eventually. Probably. And then output of these, let's do like 1, 2, 3. That'll need to get split with stones. We'll have to go to a provider station somewhere. I copy this station to like here. One. I can't quite do 2. Darn it. All right, so we're gonna have to do the other one like here. Okay. So stone coming out here is gonna have to go like this way. Over to here. These are... This is gonna be a provider now. Okay, so this will be set up as basically a provide only. Yeah, provide only. And it needs to be a higher priority, so I do still need one of these guys here. We will output a station priority of 1. Steel. Okay. And then these will... load the train. Cool. So this is... That looks fine. I don't have enough stations. Let's build some more stations. Train limit of 1. All right. Lord of the Trains. Great name. Love it. And then when this has stone, it'll make it available. And because this is a prioritized station, anything that wants stone will pull it from here as a byproduct before it goes to a dedicated stone providing station. That's, in theory, the whole way that LTN is going to work for me. And then this will be the actual, this will be the actual lead out here. And this one doesn't need any prioritization because it's just a normal provider of lead. Nothing special. Replace the station again so it gets a new name. Okay. So this will be the provider of lead plate, and then I need one more that's going to be the provider of molten lead. The problem is, well, my stations are hard to deal with because the design that I chose can't be mirrored or rotated because of the vagaries of, well, there we go. So I take that, I can rotate it, but I can't rotate it with the... Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I got it now. And let's build some more signals, because apparently we're out. I don't think that really matters here. Okay. So this will be our provider for the actual... for the molten lead, and then I'll have like a casting unit down here that'll be a provider for... Do I have a casting unit? I don't. But if we like drop a casting unit here, one can see. I mean, that's lead plate with hot air, which means now I need a hot air station. Oops. This one will be request only. And I'll need one of these tanks. And because this is a request, we need a combinator. Okay. Green wire there, 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 there. We're going to request hot air at our whole tank with a request threshold of 25,000. And I'm worried that it's already dispatched a train, and if I change the name of this, it's going to get sad. But let's find out. Okay, and then this will be a provider for the molten lead. Which will come from down here, go up past here, go up to some tanks here. Oh, this was never a request. Oh, good. Never have I been so happy to have forgotten a minus sign. There we go. So this is now questing. Actually, we should put a pump here. Requesting hot air. And has a train been dispatched? A train has been dispatched. Because, yeah, we have plenty of hot air available. Oh, yep, there it goes. Choo-choo. Alright, so this will be the hot air for making the lead plates. And then the actual molten lead needs to be, like I said, I need some tankage up here, which I don't think I have the stuff for right now. Do one of the 6 of these that I kind of decided was my design. Pump out, and then six of those. Cool, and this will be the molten lead when that is done. Oh, the other thing that we need to be able to request from here is... And this is where doing this a little bit differently. So we need sand castings. Alright, so that's like a belt is all we can get from a few of those. Then we have a couple of these doing sand castings. And I'll have to figure out how to route those over to this thing. Like where I have space, I mean. Because I don't think... Yeah, that doesn't quite fit. Which means we're gonna have to go... I guess I can sneak right through here. Okay, that'll be sand castings in for lead. I'm pretty sure we don't actually need any of this much of any of this. All right, so then from here, we're going to have... That'll be the molten lead feeding into this system. And then it'll pass by here, which means that this will buffer a bunch of plates before this actually starts feeding molten lead to the solder, but I think that's okay. Eventually, we'll need it all anyway. And this will make way more molten lead than we need for solder. Okay, so let's finish over here. The next step after that is to take the lead grade 2 and run it through 3 more automated screeners. All right. Do I have space here for them? I do. And then how much lead grade 2 is that? Yeah, a small amount. Again, I think we're dealing with gray inserter levels of stuff here. All right, and here's where we start getting like two products that need to be mashed around in different ways. This makes a little bit of lead grade 1, which is what this outputs. Okay. Understood. Understood how this works now. So this needs to do like one of these. And the grade 1 comes in like here. And the other one is the grade 3, which goes through a single secondary crusher, which I do actually have. Bop? One of those enough? 0.7 yellow inserters. I'm gonna move this down one, and I'm gonna use 2 grays. All right, and that gives me the silver lead dust at, yeah, 0.7 inserters a second again. And that gets fit into 1 molten lead, one electric arc furnace. Have any of those? I do have one. Okay. Along with, yeah, we make molten lead. So this is going to need the borax, the graphite, and the silver dust. Okay. So up here, these can whitelist also borax and graphite. And all of that will come along. Oh, I don't love that. That makes me nervous. Let's adjust some of this. Let's adjust a lot of this. Drop these guys here. That's that. So that's like a whole belt of the ore. If I run, I mean, I could just run like 3 different inserters here, right? One for, one for sand castings, one for, oops, one for borax, and one for, graphite rods. Yeah. And then that one goes there, and then these ones go whichever way they need to actually merge with each other. I don't know for sure. And we'll come down here into this area for the melting process. Because, like, the amount of those things that we need is very, very small. Actually, there's no reason to be using anything more than gray inserters for these outputs. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Okay. Let's... get that powered. And then in our requests here, we can also request borax at 30 stacks and sand castings at 30 stacks. So that's molten lead. I need a few more buildings for it, obviously. I need to set up graphite rods still, and I need to set up, well, some other stuff. And of course I will need to set up the actual lead, like, mine at some point. That's not done yet. Will that do what I want? Maybe. Then over here, we've got these three. Yeah, we want to do something like that. Swizzle the lane so that we can keep all of these occupied. Yep, it appears to be doing what I want it to do. Cool. So let's switch our train loading and unloading over to that. This is a load, so we want to do it here. This is an unload, so we do it here. This is a load, so we do it here. This is a load, so we do it there. This is a load, so we do it here. All right. That should help the trains load a little more efficiently, is all. And then I have a couple more up here to fix. This is where, you know, Bob's inserters would be nice, right? For setting up some of these things. But eventually it'll all be done with loaders anyway, and it won't matter. Gas, liquid, solids, yes. So this is loading solder, so we want to do it here. This is unloading fuel, so we want to do it here. Okay. All right, let's see where we're at as far as getting some more of the buildings that we need. This can go down to 2 because I built one. This can go down to 19 because I built a few. Get rid of a secondary crusher as well. Oh, which would put it at 4, so I actually have all the ones I need now. Cool. This? Oh, yeah. Not a big deal. That is a build that is well oversized. Question, did this ever turn back on? The answer is yes. But also no. Oh, because we're just making duralumin so slowly. We usually don't use a ton of it, but because it's not, like, well buffered on this redonkulous belt, we're just filling up this belt full of duralumin before we can really focus on rebuffering the intermetallics. Okay. That's going to take a long time, is the answer. It's just going to take a long time. Okay. Well, it turns out that, I mean, how many stations did I actually end up needing for this? I've got 2 departure stations, 1 mixed arrival station, which is fine, to be clear. One... What do I need for screeners? I should be able to make a few of the screeners myself, at least. Let's grab some... Well, maybe not. Our steel plates are looking sad. Let me check in on that in a moment and make sure that steel hasn't broken. Oh, 2 electrolyzers. Automated screeners. Oh, need more steel again. Whoops. Why is steel so slow? Oh, well. I mean, it does appear to be running at full speed. I'm just apparently using that much steel. Which presumably means they've managed to buffer some stuff up here. Oh yeah, look, we've got some jaw crushers, we've got some secondary crushers. None of these guys yet. None of these guys yet. Okay, so it's trying. It's just taking a long time for this system to stabilize. You know, every time I add half a dozen of these new things, it has to buffer a lot of materials up here. And, you know, for things like steel, it's just really not... We're not at a scale where we can provide that much steel that quickly to this many different crafts, right? Alright. Well, as unfortunate as that is, I don't know what to do about it right now. So there's that. Okay, I think for tin, having built this and having seen what a cluster it kind of is, I'm gonna build tin off of like a branch. I'm gonna put a T intersection in, and then I can build tin off of it. That way, all of these little stations that you have to build can all be kind of like boop, 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 and then looped around. Because tin is going to have all the same stations, right? It's going to have the stone provider. It's going to have the input station for everything. It's going to have the plate outputs. It's going to have the molten fluid output, and it's also going to have a tailings fluid output. So it's actually going to have 2 fluid stations. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4 outputs plus an input. No, 2 inputs. 4 outputs, 2 inputs. So that will definitely be something that I want to do, like, off of a T, where I can just do, like, 3 and 3 on either side, and, like... This stuff got weird because they're not really properly spaced, but you can see how I can fit, like, 3 of these and then a loop-de-loop or whatever. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it here for today. This is pretty good progress, right? We got a couple more outposts built along the network. We are, generally seeing deliveries happen for the things that need them with some regularity. So, like, the system is working. I seem to vaguely understand CyberSyn. Sir Otterlot should be... What is this set to request? 60k. Request threshold should be 25,000, because that's a tank. Right? A tank is 25,000? Yeah. No, so I must have just missed a gasoline delivery down here. Or this uses very little of it. One or the other. Probably a combination of the two. But yeah, I mean, we have a syngas station up here now, identical to the gasoline station. We've got a raw borax station, which is way oversized for our current needs. Oh, I'm missing a couple electrolyzers. I'm going to do those before I wrap up. It is way oversized for our current needs, which is great. Because that means that we can, hopefully, we won't have to grow it too much as we put, like, iron and steel and other things that use heaps of borax onto rails. Science is stopped. Okay, I take it back. I'm not wrapping up. I want to fix science first. We have no what? We have no rubber. Rubber is happening here. Rubber is missing LaTeX. And LaTeX is not happening because... See meat. Oh. Oh no. This is all full again? Okay, so this remains a horrible problem that I haven't solved. Is the answer... Do I have a warehouse on me? Oh, I have several deposits. Excellent. Should we kick this can a little bit further down the road? I think we should. I think kicking this can... Oh, and these should whitelist guts because I still have space for brain. Well, no, because if I do that... Yeah, that's fine. Let's grab a couple of stacks here. Whoops, drop them in here. And then now I should be able to whitelist this on guts. Drop the brains in here. Okay. Because these will pick up all the guts before they go down, so as long as this is just has a little bit of space for extras to sneak by. But clearly I need a jerky sink. And maybe that's something I should tackle, like, right away. Stop working on the rail base and figure out jerky sink. Because it's clearly a problem. It is clearly a major problem. I still only have one of these. After... What's the chance? Okay, it's a 0.5% chance, so you should get one every 200. I am at 577 crafts, and still only a single Vrock Mark II. I'm sure I'm not the least likely Vrock breeder, but it's gotta be up there. Let's see, is this system working as intended? Yes. Somehow some jerky ended up on this belt, and I don't know how that happened, but I also don't really care, so... yeah. Oh, I'm still showing Yafsi. Sorry. How long? Like that? Hopefully not for too long. I think I just looked at it to look at... Oh yeah, I was just looking at the tailings for tin, so that wasn't that long ago. I've just been rambling. I was going to wrap up the stream anyway, and then I got distracted. But thank you, Grim. I appreciate you letting me know. Anyway, yeah, so I need to deal with jerky first things first next time, because it's... Where's the stuff? Where is it? Here, it's just like, this is untenable, right? So once I get, I need to figure out a jerky sink. That's the big thing. And then, hopefully while I'm working on that, I will have a chance for some catch up on, intermetallics and such. I wonder if I could... If I prioritize this come in here, and then this come in here... There we go. That'll prioritize intermetallics over duralumin and vitrolloy. Because I think I still have duralumin and vitrolloy buffered... A little bit buffered here. Yeah, plus a bunch on the belts. So it's not as important that we get those running again as it is that we get the intermetallics coming up the bus. So directing both of them towards intermetallics production I think makes sense. Because I need intermetallics for the buildings to both to finish this lead build as well as for the tin build. So yeah, I think next time, now that I'm fully distracted, next time I'm going to try to figure out something to do with jerky. It will probably involve compost. And then once that is figured out, I will hopefully have a few more intermetallics back in the system, and I'll be able to get the buildings to build tin processing, which will be similar but different to the lead processing I built here. Slightly different crushing steps or whatever. Every ore is slightly different in Pyanodons, right? But it will be similar. And then I should just have to hook up lead and tin mining outposts, which means that I'll need to get a couple more fluid stops on the train for acetylene and aromatics. I guess acetylene is probably better to do down here somewhere, because acetylene is being made... Nope. There? Yeah. Although I've already got acetylene, I think, being pumped down to here. So maybe I could just pump it down here and have a station here. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But yeah, I think next time we will finally finish this, like, molten tin, molten solder on rails for this solder factory to come online. Oh, did I not build actual inserters for the... Whoops. Let's, Oops. There and there. Get rid of those. And my bots will just do that the next time I walk by. But yeah, we're dangerously close to this solder factory turning on, especially with the backbone done here. Tin processing, a couple of mining outposts on the rails, and then we will have huge amounts of solder, and then we can really start seriously expanding the rail network. And that is going to be exciting, because then we can really start pushing on some of the next techs, and you know, especially my animal management has been rough. Like, I'm backed up on jerky up there, and down here I'm probably gonna, well, potentially also back up on jerky. So yeah, getting sort of my animal processing centralized so that I can deal with some of these byproducts better is going to be important, I think. Anyway, thanks everybody who has tuned in, and thank you very much to everyone who watches these on YouTube. It's always appreciated. If you'd like to do something to feed the algorithm, that does always help a small channel like mine. But it is, of course, never mandatory. If you watch these on YouTube and want to watch them live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo, as well as a link to my Blue Sky and to my Discord, where you can find me to talk about these things. Tomorrow's stream, or today's stream if you're watching this on YouTube, is probably more blueprints. I'm going to do it probably this week and maybe next week for my Friday streams. I think I can probably get through the main game in 1 or 2 more sessions. So I do want to get through that, and then I will probably switch to something else and do the sort of story exploration on my own time. And then the last thing, I guess, for YouTube folks, is I am dangerously close to 100 subs on YouTube, and I am planning a special celebration stream when I hit that. So if you want to help me hit that number and see me suffer in a everything spoils Gleba only run, then, you know, that's another excuse to feed the algorithm. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you next time.